up for some exploring in our suits?
Must be the one who got me out of the red with the Trade Authority. Can't say I don't appreciate it, but I doubt you came all this way just to do me a favor. Now you want to explain to me why you're going around harassing nefarious old men by wiping away their hard-earned debts? Tissue sample? You came all the way down here for that? Must be some damn important cells. You want to tell me what I'm about to be staring at? Terrormorph attack, huh? Not exactly sure why you'd be bringing that... Wait, Tau Gourmet? Like Tau Ceti Tau Gourmet? That's a joke, right? There's no settlement old enough on Tau Ceti to have a terrormorph. Either someone's setting up the worst petting zoo in the universe, or... Who exactly told you to bring this to me? Hadrian. If she made you come all the way for this...
Gonna ask you to not touch anything. Got some projects in the works down here. I wasn't expecting guests. Oh, and Lou mentioned how you took care of the debt. Can't say I'm thrilled the Trade Authority got their mitts on the research, but I guess that's the price you pay not to live in a cave the rest of your days. All queued up. Let's gaze into this a bit, shall we? All right. Just get those cellular markers today. Wait. Adrian really gave you this sample. Because if you told me this was a hoax, and it'd be the best damn fake I've ever seen. She was disconcertingly correct. Which is why, if you wanted to have your film crew jump out and yell surprise... Can't just humor an old man, huh? This sample, it's got all the indicators of the worst terrormorph attacking you. I presume you've heard of Londinium. It was a city wiped completely off the map by... The swarms are so bad, they had to blow the spaceport and seal the place off from the galaxy. Not a lot of samples made it off the world from the time of the attack, but the ones that did... I didn't detect any of the telltale signatures this specimen ever sat on a ship while it was alive, either. I don't think it was transported to Tau Ceti. This specimen, it grew there. Which means, if we're about to start a new era in human-terrormorph relations, that's not gonna end well for humanity. So you lugged this bad omen all the way here. Because until now, the terrormorphs that wiped out Londinium had the good sense to stay put. What happened there? It was a tragedy. So to find evidence for a similar attack on a different world, well, we don't have enough information to know precisely what this means. So I'd love to know what it is you're planning. The circle, huh? Here, faster we take the lift to the surface. Not supposed to use it, but given the circumstances, I'm inclined to just ask forgiveness.
miners pretty much run the lower levels here.
The locals tend to stay out of trouble. Visitors? That's another story.
Almost break time. Come on. You can fight through it. If you're going to use the elevators or stairs.
I'm just... Not a lot of folks would have stuck their necks out for a stranger like that.
My God, look at you. You're an old man now.
Hey, look. I didn't realize you were actually gonna help Percival. You're all right.
Lou gave me the abridged version of what went down. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for taking care of all that.
Makes two of us.
I hope it ultimately didn't end up being too much trouble. That's certainly not what I was expecting you'd have to go through. But thank you. I'm just glad you both came through intact. So, were you two able to get that workup together?
Got it right here. That sample? It's an exact match for the ones from Londinian.
Londinian. That's exactly what I was afraid of.
Not thrilled to be the bearer of that kind of news. That's for damn sure. So tell me you've got some kind of plan for that workup.
Well, right now, we've got more questions than answers. So I've been trying to figure out what it's gonna take to access our old terrormorph data.
Good place to start. What'd you find?
It's in the archives.
The Armistice Archives? Doesn't that mean we'd be dealing with the Cabinet? And the Freestar Collective? And House Varun somehow? Guess we can kiss that approach goodbye.
I didn't think the Cabinet would be willing to hear us out either. But I called in some favors. They've agreed to hear us out. One, they want to see this analysis. And two, they want to discuss what happened with both of us. Of course. You deserve the full story. Percival and I, we're not just researchers. We were military scientists, ran a division of the UC together that deployed aliens on the battlefield as weapons.
Place I was hiding out. That was our unit's home base.
After some early fits and starts at other facilities, the place eventually became the heart of UC Xeno warfare. a practice that's been banned ever since the armistice went into effect almost 20 years ago. And the UC military cut us loose for what we'd done. Well, it was during that assignment that the UC asked us to explore deploying terrormorphs on the battlefield. The project never got off the ground, but the data our team gathered is now sitting in the archives, along with all the other information banned after the Colony War. Under the watchful eye of monitors from all the galactic factions still. But if we can convince the cabinet to help us access that data, and hopefully how to prevent more attacks like all right. I'm gonna go get this work up into the cabinet's hands.
Good luck.
Whether you need single, double, or family occupancy, Lux
I know
has
it
you
doesn't
covered.
seem
Inquire
like it,
today.
but Sidonia's actually very pleasant once you get to see you around.
Consider this unit always on the job. Only a qualified supervisor may change my directives.
Three-star Rangers have so far refused to comment to SS. Hey, we got lots of stuff. Cool. That's what we do. Yo, stay good out there.
Mine takes all types. Upstarts.
Oh, hello there, friend. Have you been there? What? Okay. But I can... But, oh my... Phil Hill at your... Yes, it rhymed. My siblings are named Bill, Jill, and Sil. But there I go again. You're here to talk about List. You know, silly. The League of Independent Settlers? Do I detect a glint of recognition? How can I help make to... That's terrific! This stack of papers here, these are just the most recent applicants. Everywhere I go, people are really excited about the prospects of living a truly free life. I've got a cargo hold full of stacks. Fantastic! That's exactly the can-do helpful attitude. We're looking for folks with ships and or basic people skills to seek out suitable planets and... I don't suppose you possess... You know, I can... Most importantly, we need to collect data on habitable planets. Secondly, I'm pretty sure I overheard some people in here talking about wanting to start a new life. Excellent! Whoops! Oh, so good. You weren't waiting long. See ya.
It's hard not to worry when your spouse is the one doing all the hard work down in the mines.
This life ain't easy. Pays the bills.
Excuse me.
People always ask me what I think about mining. Ross.
You need a vacation.
Just passing through or here to stay?
Fancy seeing you here.
Okay.
We get a lot of new faces passing through here. Everything. It's my belief that the only booze worth drinking doesn't need to be mixed with something else to taste. Plenty. You don't do this job for 45 years. You're right. Now you'd be wise to stick a beer in your mouth and mind. So long.
I had no idea something like that was possible.
Can you...
Just be honest with the captain.
We just need to
They
get
can
the
deny the
cabinet to
truth,
see this for
but
the
that
threat
doesn't
it
change
is. I wish I knew. But whether it's something internal to the... We just need more information. That's why we need...
Hey, anything I can help you with? Sure, have at.
contraband. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
None of the stories I've read do New Atlantis justice.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Okay. No bounty. You're clear. Enjoy your visit.
If it isn't my... it's a lot of work, as... Well, safety doesn't happen by... See you later.
Yes. What?
Here one moment, gone the next. I tell you. I hope you're right. You see, I lost something invaluable. Lost it in a bet, if you must know. It was a gem. That scoundrel George St. George has it in his possession now. I agree. St. George, like myself, is a collector of Please, would you be my hero and go exchange the plate for the jewel? Oh, God, no. I could never face him myself. St. George would never give the gem back if I went myself. Fantastic! Oh, where are my manners? I can assure you, with Nearth, we both adore relics from Earth. It pains me to part with the plate, but... not by profession. Alas, recently my luck has soured, but I can't stop, right? A lesson I still have yet to learn, unfortunately. Thank you. I collect all sorts. You'd be amazed what people will wager in a bet. My collection, as it stands, is quite... It does. I received that gem when I was a young man. Well... Yes. When I was a younger man, I would travel the settled systems, but out of all the places I've been. Take care.
If you ask me, it's always a good time for a terror.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you. Sounds like you keep your nose clean. Last thing I want is to charge you for a TP and AFP.
Can I help you with something? You look like someone who has many stories to tell. I'd like to hear them. Me? I now live to collect artifacts. People laugh at me when they see I collect old earth spoons. Ah, the usual things I'm only joking, of course. For a collector, like myself, I've been charmed to make the acquaintance. A plate? Oh my. As in a plate from Earth? Absolutely. Here, take the gem. That Guillaume, if he wanted his gem back so badly, he could have simply asked. The gem is worthless, less than a paperweight. But actually, Earth paperweights are quite valuable. Bah, I'm sure Guillaume makes it seem that way. Guillaume and I have known each other for years. And, much like brothers, we quarrel. I will say, however, Guillaume can be a tad over...
Treasure nothing wrong with a simple bet. Ah, wonderful. I knew George would make the exchange. You've done me a great service today, friend. Thank you for bringing...
Ta-ta!
Nice day, huh?
Crime has slowed down. How can I help you, Captain? See you later, Captain. Captain. Ah, if it isn't my... it's a lot of work. Well, let me know if you have any questions.
Just one quiet day. Not too much to ask for. Be careful if you run into those ecliptic jerks. They fly around like they own the settled systems. And they like to use old, abandoned facilities as outposts. You know, the ones left over from the Colony War.
Wow. The things you see in space.
Do not bother me. I have nothing to say.
Seems like the Crimson Fleet is everywhere these days. Spread like a virus.
over here. The workup's in the cabinet's hands. They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly review it. Though I was a bit caught off guard when the commander of the Vanguard asked me how things were going as I was headed up the elevator. Hadn't realized you were UC Navy this whole time. Nah. Might have been a little comforting to know. Even if Tuala did mention you were still a... Hey, your call what you share and what you don't. And... I guess in the spirit of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there. My relationship with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. I am a clone. They called him Ve Victus. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds, secure the leadership of the UC military. He would have happily told you he was one of the greats. The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for Freestar Collective, and the things he did, well, so my involvement... I really appreciate you saying that. You know, while we've got a second, was there anything else? Or if you've got any last-minute business to attend to. No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep us waiting out. Eye strain from the amount of reading I've got on the terrormorph project never went anywhere. The cabinet not opening the archives is probably a bigger risk than them handing over the files. Which probably wouldn't be a bad point for us to bring up. Then I guess it's just a matter of...
The cabinet meeting is about to begin. All parties, please proceed to the cabinet chambers.
Sounds like our cue.
Yes? Here on Vanguard business? I'm one of Mast's resource officers, and that any rule breaking is dealt with. Enjoy your time in New Atlantis.
Captain, crossed paths with Hadrian Sinan earlier. Said you've been invaluable to her. Keep it up. Now, was there something you needed? Military used to have a pretty narrow view of where the best pilots came from. The creation of the Vanguard was an acknowledgement by the brass that maybe not all the galaxy's greatest pilots went through a UC flight school. So it's the Vanguard's job to find them.
Ah, welcome. You must be the captain Hadrian mentioned in her report. You have our thanks for the risks you faced in securing this information. Well, I'll be sure your commanding officer hears that you've done them satisfactorily. Now then, we have two petitioners here making a surprising access to the UC Xeno Warfare team's terrormorph data. A request which will require not just this body's agreement, but that of all 3 armistice signatories. Now, Captain, we've all read Hadrian's report on the subject, but we have yet to hear from you. Perhaps you could summarize for the Cabinet what it is you see as the goal of this endeavor.
That's quite the leap, Captain. Madam President, I object to the very premise of this meeting. While no one would argue that what happened on Tau Ceti was anything less than a tragedy, terrormorph attacks are not some sudden new threat on the horizon. They've been happening for generations. To demand we hand over banned archival knowledge and possibly upset the balance of galactic diplomacy because seems at best panic. And at worst, a power grab by the daughter of a bloodthirsty warmonger and her associates.
I would remind the chief diplomat who he's speaking to. If it's my father you're looking to address, you're welcome to consult a medium. I would also ask how many deaths the Cabinet requires to act. Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti are just prelude to more attacks...
Let's keep this civil, shall we? And while there should be no doubt the preservation of life stands paramount among this body's duties, Chief Yassine has a point. I don't think it's enough. Perhaps you can help, Captain. As the one who actually collected the sample in question, did this terrormorph seem at all alarming to you?
Just taking her word for it as well, then.
So then, Captain, given the discussion now and the information you've been privy to thus far, if you were in our position, would you grant the request made?
I can't help but agree with the Captain. Attempting to open the archives, it seems like the right way forward.
It does, doesn't it? All right. I withdraw my objection. Let us trust fate. We were all lucky you were here today, Captain.
You and I are in agreement, Chief Diplomat. So, if there are no other objections, I believe we can agree to give our full backing to make the request to... What was that?
Attention. An incident has occurred. Facility lockdown engaged.
Hey!
Incident?
What's up?
Chief Sarkin, what's happening?
See you later.
There's been an attack at the spaceport. Terrormorphs.
Terrormorphs. More attacks. Just as predicted.
Good God. There must be another explanation. The creatures evaded our scanner somehow.
There will be plenty of time for conjecture later. Chief Sarkin, order the evacuation of the spaceport and have your men contain the things, but do it discreetly. The last thing we need is a citywide panic.
Yes, ma'am.
Admiral Logan, the local barracks can provide support?
I'll make the order myself. Nearest anti-Xeno squad, though, is off-world. Going to take a while to bring them in.
Well then, we'll have to make do with the tools we've got. You two, we can't risk those things getting out of the spaceport. I want you both on the next train there. We'll let them know you're coming, and that you've dealt with these things before. Now go show them how it's done.
We're on it, man. Captain, right
Strongest
behind
out
you.
there.
Let's get down.
Now and always. There is no alternative.
rifle! Grab it! Now!
Stop!
That's it.
We're trying
Now
to
hit him
help
with
you!
everything you've got.
You're at. Glad we stuck together back there.
Lights out on that one.
Thank you for what you did. We didn't want to hurt them.
The way those people were acting, I've seen this before. They were under the terrormorph's influence.
I don't know. We tried to restrain them, but some of the other officers down there...
Pheromonic projection. Some terrormorphs, they can induce... It affects everyone differently, but some... You kill the morph, you break the hold. I'm not suggesting. The result of the projection, though, can vary wildly, and some lose control altogether. Those cases... I honestly was just wondering the same. But no, you don't need to worry about me. So we'll just have to make sure to... Let's do it.
Nat's unlocked. Please.
Something's out there.
You're not the doctor. Busy right now.
Let's move!
An evacuation order has been issued for the spaceport district. All citizens are required to proceed to the nearest shelter.
You might back up! Don't just stand there!
Captain! You're going to be okay! It's not real! Whatever you're experiencing right now is not real! You have to put down that
Never safe, never safe. Never safe.
This wasn't on the application.
Wait, officer?
I'm never gonna skip an arms practice again as long as I live.
Experts. Take whatever we can get right now. We've got the remaining creatures locked down on the landing pad. We're barely holding our perimeter. They said you've done this before. Well, one fire team to spare and whatever supplies you need. Can't risk them taking over any more of my men. Put those things down and do it fast. We hold them as best we can. We're going to hold. We have to. Guess they weren't kidding about you two.
Like hell it is. I don't want to think what would have happened if you two hadn't been here.
Just glad we could rise to the occasion. Captain, we should report back to the President. Let her know. Take care of yourself, Sergeant.
Attention. The spaceport has been secured. Safety precautions remain in place. Please wait for the all clear signal before.
You're cleared to head back out.
Nothing's getting to the cap.
That's a relief to hear. Thank you, gentlemen. Let your people all know how much we owe them today.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, there you are. I
We're
believe
counting on you, Captain.
We have some things. we
Don't
should
let my
discuss.
people's sacrifice be in vain.
You've got the cabinet's full. The loss of life. The damage to the spaceport.
They said it's over, that we can...
You're going to need a place to do all
Captain?
this work.
Hadrian,
I think I know just
it would
the
appear
spot.
that the cabinet owes you our thanks for what you did for the city today, as well as an apology. Your concerns about the terrormorphs, well, consider them valid.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, you two were in the right. Now, today's events have only clarified our path forward in the eyes of... You will have our full support in collecting the terrormorph data, but to accomplish those goals, we're going to need the right people in... As such, the cabinet has authorized me to reinstate you, Hadrian. As soon as we've got the data in hand, we want you investigating these attacks.
Yes.
Excellent. But as you've both made clear, for such an investigation to succeed first, we're going to need someone to convince the Freestar Collective and House Varun to... Someone who knows precisely the sorts of dangers the colonies and all the galaxy are facing right. The cabinet wants you, Captain, to... We do. In exchange, we're willing to fast-track your citizenship up. So... It has its perks. There's also a credit disbursement when you first... But above all, you'd become a dedicated part of the greatest faction in the... I'm glad to hear it. Now, we, of course, won't be sending you in without Deputy McIntyre in the Office of Interstellar Affairs. You should be able to find her in her office across... And on behalf of the whole of the United Colonies.
Heroes will never get that spaceport.
I'm gonna go check in with Chief Engineer Kulkarni.
These orders, a Vanguard captain. You... Yes, sir. I'll make sure they get what they require. That must make you my Vanguard captain. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second-in-command. I heard you were instrumental in protecting the city from the... I was also informed that you gave quite the presentation to... Chief Yassine wants you to know the Interstellar Affairs Office is fully committed to this. We're going to do everything in our power to... And that means first getting you into the archives.
Someone paid attention in current events. Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency. UC, Freestar Collective, and...
Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. Get them both, and you'll have your data.
Very funny. This is going to be hard enough. Both ambassadors have reasons they won't. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get...
And I do mean cooperate. Though that doesn't mean we can't get...
But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Balmore's... When the rest of... He's... though claiming to know... They certainly come with a checkered past. We're not 100% sure about his public appearances were always rare. Scans of the facility show life sign.
Your task is to find him and
It would at least be a speedier to go, but I of course hope you...
Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our... Here. This... And fair warning...
Now, officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate.
Use your experiences as a member.
And who knows? Maybe that'll work. But my suspicion is we're... Never underestimate the universe's ability to surprise. UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living quarters, which we suspect you can use.
But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy.
So, if you are going to try and access the device, you're going to need to find a way.
Now, we recovered some intel, but there's also a disgruntled staff member. Yes, many. Don't steal anything. Don't get caught anywhere you're not supposed to. If something goes wrong, we'll do our best to smooth things out.
Name's Cameron Long. He works closely with the ambassador, and someone who very likely hates her gut. All right. Here, your diplomatic ID.
And take these.
Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, don't hesitate to ask. I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Radcliffe. Be smart out there, Captain.
Hey. Howdy.
By the way, Cap.
You are a visitor? You'll find the ambassador.
Visitors are only allowed in the lobby, offices, or conference room. That means you.
security, and they still can't protect their own space.
This building is Freestar sovereign territory, so in here...
Advantage to retain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here? I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? What are you? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. You have my thanks for what you did down there. Now, she also mentioned that now the UC wants terrormorph data from the Armistice archives. Some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Oh, stop. You're embarrassing yourself. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. I will not be the one responsible for its release. We'll oversee the research. Guess that takes the whole trust us component out of play, doesn't it? That does seem like a workable idea. Fine. You'll get what you want. Follow me.
Sounds like it was a real mess down at the spaceport.
What did you just do?
And there.
Here, I'll reach out to Deputy McIntyre. We'll coordinate the necessary oversights. Two unlikely allies, I guess.
Sorry, everyone's a little on edge after the attack. Official business? Talk to the ambassador.
way, Captain. Sergeant Yumi was looking for you. Sounds like he's got more work. I asked my boss what they're doing to stop you.
Kinda busy right now. Hello.
Wow. Hello there.
I feel...
Well, you're only as safe as your equipment out there. Welcome to Outland. All of our products come highly recommended by... And while I've never needed them myself... No flying for me. Not... Goodness, no, I just couldn't. I can't stomach the thought. And preferably a hot, fresh... Yes, by all means. Be careful out there.
Just passing.
Now listen, I have a lot on my... You don't look like... What? Oh, you. You really look like you know how to use that thing. I have an eye for talent. Oh, this is perfect. I have a business problem. You are just the person I'm... Well, confession time. See, the world of credit analysis, you know, dealing with debt. What I need is a ringer. What I need is you. Yes! Turns out, surprise, he's holed up in a literal shack in the... and we don't want him dead. We don't... Well, I mean, yes. And you don't dome up on a dust ball unless you're... I'll send over all the details. I hate to end on this note, but if you cut a deal with Dieter, but don't expect any more jobs from...
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the Great Serpent's designs for us. You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss. Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your... I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than... Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack. Has the rest of the city suffered quite so... Harmless spores, you have... It is the sap of the tree. But I must know of the rest of the city. Yeah, more time could be spent tidying, I suppose. And fewer welcome ones. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you here at You were sent by the UC. That much is obvious. And the broadcast spoke of terrormorphs. A worrying occurrence, certain. Ah, an archive code. So the UC requires information then. The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. But if I am to grant you access, for years House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter, with little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. A fine counterexample. And, fireworks? Absolutely capable of being put to violence, but not evil in it. And here you are with this... I might be willing to support you if I... Well then, please. There.
Error.
Let it be used.
Biometric key required.
Do you need a hand?
The Great Serpent guide your path. House Varun committed itself to... This was said at the time to be the desire of the Great Serpent. So, when my brethren left, The Great Serpent is so much more than a... When our founder, Jinan Varun, the Serpent made us who we are today. The affairs of House Varun are our own.
One more time.
As you can see, traffic is good. The sales keep climbing.
And there are two
Hello and welcome to
locations in
Terrorland. How may I serve you?
The FC is nothing but a bunch of down with the FC!
What's my problem with them? Really? The Colony War was an The Freestar Collective...
Very encouraging.
Oh, please. Well, the fact that there's... Tear it down. Ha! Uh-huh.
Mark my words. If I move back to Neon, I'd miss New Atlantis. No. Thanks. Yeah, I helped solve... Probably doesn't sound...
Hi there, Captain.
There you are. Can I take something off? Enjoy your day. Hey, good to see you. That's fine.
Hello again. I'm happy to help. I'm right behind you, Captain.
Keeping the skies safe out there?
Okay.
Yes?
Captain, you're back sooner than... Oh, wait. Did you actually succeed? With... Indeed. And we've no time to waste. Though I'm eagerly looking forward to hearing how exactly you pulled it all off. And now, I've already arranged everything. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Here, the UC code piece and an archival access card. Absolute best behavior.
Excuse me.
Pardon? He said what? Oh. That's gonna set back negotiations.
Yes? You needed something?
Never a better time than right now to settle down and make...
Welcome to What brings you in today?
I don't blame...
I'm here if you have any more... Okay, let me just... Oh... I'm sorry, but if you take the exciting step of becoming a citizen... As I've mentioned... Oh, don't I wish... But you best believe I'm keeping an eye... Stop by anytime.
And after the UC Navy's defeat at the Battle of Cheyenne by the Freestar Collective's ragtag fleet, both sides decided the time had come to bring the colony war to an end. So the two parties came together to negotiate the terms of...
No chit-chat on duty.
No funny business. Understand? We run a tight ship down here.
Captain, we've been expecting you. Please approach the monitoring station and we will go over the rules. Welcome, Captain, to the Archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin.
say, the more please be aware that those around you may be breathing.
Here on Vanguard business?
There you are.
Captain, Deputy told me what went down. Impressive work.
Captain, if you'd be willing to transfer the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing what comes next.
Time for us to start getting some real answers. So whenever you're ready. Yes. Percival and I have done our damage. So with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed.
Indeed. The most important of which...
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
Hey.
Yes, what?
Follow me. All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of... It doesn't. We don't really care where else you might have been or... Once you earn your place in the United Colonies. Good. This is... Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies. Through service, bravery, strength... Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a... Here, your official ID and your...
We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property.
Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position.
Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this, but we think this person has information that could... And they've stated they'll only share it with you.
So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. I'm sorry. Let's hope it never comes to... Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7.
was kind enough to give me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments. But now you face a foe unlike any other, which is why I hoped we could speak. Perceptive. I'm Francois Senat, but most know me as Vivek. I was an admiral during the Colony War, but the previous regime deemed me a sacrifice. Even my death served the colony. One final act of rebellion. The trial was authentic. The cabinet at the time, long. So I elected to trade my freedom to warrant my execution. The official charges I faced after the war were two. The first was the destruction of civilian ships. The other was ordering the bombing of the Londinians. The city and its citizens were lost, and for doing what was right. Very astute. That's my daughter. Has she shared with you the nature of our... Unfortunately, our relationship has always been a challenging one. The Major was born to become a great leader, but the universe cut all that short. And I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set up. It was an attempt by the United Colonies. They were raised by adoptive families, displayed. But by the time the Colony War came to a close, but that's ancient history. After some long years earning the trust of this current regime, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, with quite a few successes I might, the names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's, I'll tell you where they are. But many of them I knew personally. You'd be shocked how often an otherwise brilliant criminal flees to the planet just... I simply use my own personal knowledge and the information our group... One task. There is a former colleague of mine. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colonies more. If it dealt death. When the Colony War ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, but I finally found him. I'm not expecting he'll come quietly. Bring me evidence that the job's done. You can certainly try. Easier for all if you simply blow up his ship. Captain, your files indicate a track record of unlikely successes. And this? If that's what you require to sleep in, according to my information, there's a star station in the vicinity. The Den.
Identity verified. You may proceed to the exit.
It's always a good day when we get to chat. Of course, Captain. I was raised in Hope Town on Polvo. It's a corporate town run by Ron Hope. He likes to sell it as a utopia, but that's a lie. Hope Tech is a starship manufacturer. But people keep buying them. So I grew up on the edge of poverty, like most working-class people in Hopetown. For a long time, I couldn't imagine my life any other way. It wasn't until I got old enough to start working in the factories myself that I started to understand how... It's Ron Hope's fault. He controls everything. There's nothing stopping him from increasing wages and improving safety in his factory, keeping your workforce poor and plying them with cheap liquor at... I think more people would if they had the chance. They barely make enough to keep the lights on. That's why I joined the Freestar Rangers. I thought being a ranger would be a perfect fit. Boarding the ship to leave Hopetown might be the best thing that happened to me. In the stories I heard growing up, the Rangers were always described as the... But if you've spent any time in the Freestar Collective, just look at Neon. No apology needed, huh? For all that working with the Rangers wasn't for me, I still learned a lot. I thought the conditions in Hopetown were unique. It showed me that Ron Hope's attitude isn't unique. And there are barely any systems in place to stop them. No social safety nets. He's the administrator of Neon. I feel sorry for it. You're not alone. The longer I spent with the Rangers, the more I started to feel like they served the Freestar Collective's god. I couldn't make peace with the fact that an organization that claimed to stand for freedom... Eventually, the hypocrisy was too much. There's a reason the the UC provides my opinions about... It was the right decision, but I had my mind set. I thought if I moved to the UC... I thought I did, at first. New Atlantis is clean, but my perspective changed after... It made all the UC talk of a perfect society. Their treatment of the Sol system to be... The UC's insistence on maintaining a large and well-equipped military... Those are the kinds of questions you almost never hear UC citizens ask. The UC makes a show of promising jobs. Most people down there live in the same conditions I saw in Hopetown. It's nothing like the rest of New Atlantis. I think the UC government doesn't like people challenging its decisions. Mast did some horrific things during the Colony War. The best way to maintain the status quo. It all seems just a little bit too shiny. Once the wool fell from my eyes, living in New Atlantis lost its luster. The problems run too deep. It seems to me like the only option is starting over. Maybe people would be kinder to each other. I've always tried to see the best in people. I think without the influence of big government. You read my mind, Captain. I've been thinking about the idea of founding my own settlement for a while. But I'm not rushing into anything. If I'm really going to do this, I need to get a better sense of how people live. That means visiting the major cities. Good thing I'm working for a captain that likes to travel, huh? I appreciate it. I'll talk to you later.
You're cleared for entrance. Keep it moving.
Hi there, Captain. Dropping off. Nice chatting with you.
Captain, did your meeting go well? Surprised me too when I learned it. But the prisoner has proven useful. But I do think it's worth re-emphasizing. The Major doesn't have clearance for this sort of information. And she certainly doesn't need a distraction. Which is why I need you to keep this to yourself. No, they really... And bringing up what you've learned outside this building will make you, Captain, look like a crazy person. I don't want that, and you certainly don't want that. So you need to keep... Now... Dr. Reginald Orlaise? Of course, killing Orlaise is completely out of the question. But bringing him to justice, that'd be a huge win for the UC. Allowing you to kill someone on behalf of the prisoner? Absolutely not. Well, the old man's been right more than a few times in the past. Really? He found the members of the research. We'd already initiated a search for them, but... Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss regarding your meeting? Trusting the man downstairs would be a mistake. This is far from the first name he's handed over, and all previous missions went off largely without a... So while I'd certainly warrant caution... The Den? It's a star station, orbiting Wolf. The first one was blown to smithereens by House Varun during the Serpents. The place has always acted as a remote strategic hub, but because of its distance from the rest of the UC, things there have always been a little more lax. I can think of worse places in the galaxy for a criminal to hide out. Then I'll bid you good day, Captain.
Greetings, citizen. Welcome to
If you are a citizen and require brief counseling, you may speak with me.
It's a buyer's market. I'm always ready to make a deal. Well, first of all, let me just say congratulations. Let's see what we have available. Right now, I've got a little place in the well that's up for grabs. I have a penthouse apartment in one of the residential towers. Sound like something you're in? No pressure here. I'm always here if you're looking for a new home.
Salut.
Always nice to see a fresh face. Do you know why this place has stood for so long? I make sure everyone's comfy.
Everyone's
I tell
no
you like
shortage
it
of
is,
hunger.
And I don't take any shit.
Saw your ship come in. Nice ride.
The Trade Authority has access. Be my guest. If you need anything else, you know where to find us.
What?
Hey.
Problem?
Howdy.
Need some work done? Okay, no problem.
I asked my boss what they're doing to stop new alien attacks on the city.
Looking to lodge a complaint? Then you want UC security.
Sure hope they know what they're doing.
Can try, I guess. Why? What do you need? Think you got some bad information. If there was a wanted man in our skies, he wouldn't still be out there. Unless... Are you talking about the Warlock? There's been rumor of a ship out there for years now. Doesn't respond to hails, never docks. More than a few amateur investigators have tried to find it, and at least 2 never. Aetherius debris fields are plenty dangerous if you're not used. But if you're suggesting it might not have been the fields that got them, well, I can give you the coordinates. Things you should know? The den's not really that kind of place. Keep an eye out for pirates. Otherwise, it's mostly long haulers and... I mean, I honestly thought it was just a story board haulers told to amuse each other. But if the pilot of the Warlock really has been dusting our people... Sure thing. Here, this should get you pointed in. Good hunting.
I really did think this place was...
Nice hat.
Hey there. Ain't seen you before. Man with a Don't worry, I won't ask questions. I know well as anyone that secrets. Well, you're welcome here. So long. You got a problem with our history or our heroes? Well, now that depends. Because I've got no time for anyone who won't acknowledge reality. Sure as hell does. All right, maybe you can help me. Had some posters made up a while back to remind folks of the good work Ve Victus has done for all of us. Try and push back against all the lies the government. I'd put them up here, but that's, caused some friction with the Vanguard pilots. If a strong-willed, patriotic individual, and there'd be some credits in it for anyone helping out the UC. I was thinking the well might be a good spot. People down there might be more receptive, don't you? You're one of them, huh? Tell me something I don't know. You should have seen this place 30 years ago. But then the Colony War and... I ain't one to turn my back on those who saved us. Ain't my problem that people don't like to face the reality. Oh, he was a brilliant man. He made the tough decisions no one else could. And when it was over, they turned on him. Called him a traitor and Well, not all of us are just gonna go along with rewriting history. Vae Victis sacrificed everything to save the United Colonies. Long live the UC!
You're out there a lot, right?
Need something, Captain? Can do, Captain.
nice, don't you think?
Gorgeous day, isn't it? I love this place.
Miss the sound of my... Need to swap some things out? I'd
What
be
can I do for
happy
you,
to
boss?
catch up later.
Do you need something?
about this stop, Captain? Looks pretty dead out there.
Oh, wow. Glad to see another person. We're completely out of water and could... We made the wrong jump and got it. Ended up having to jettison our car. It's a miracle we even made it out. That's all right. Last thing we want is for you to run out on a... But if you manage...
Thanks for stopping to... Sorry, my... Always a pleasure, Captain.
Corporal.
Howdy.
won't be going any further without our suits. Let me help you, Captain.
Hiya, Skipper. What do you need? Howdy, Skipper. Good talk, Chief. What's up? A present? Bye now.
Looks like we'll need our suits in this area.
Okay. Hello. You went to a lot of effort to find... Ha ha. I mean, you got some real moxie, got it? I'm gonna give you one chance. Leave. Otherwise, it's not gonna end well. Why the hell would... Maybe I did. All right. But I just want a decent night's sleep. Bravo. You got the bank their credits. Must feel real good. Bravo. You got the bank their credits. Must feel real good.
Just wondering. Where you gone?
something, Captain?
Very good to see you.
Well, you're only as safe. Yes, by all means. Be careful out there.
Together we can really make a difference. My favorite critter. You got Mr. Malik, my superiors. Absolutely. Listen, I'm really feeling. So if you want another delinquent, but here is your welder. I got a new job for him. So chalk this one up to, I'm thinking conversation. It's all a matter of scale. Inevitably, mistakes are made. A sort of fiscal circle. Now here's all the details.
he didn't come quietly then. I'd say it'd be a waste of your and Hadrian's time to have to track down the research team on your own. Surely you found some. Excellent.
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world. This is fine work, Captain. I can ensure the remaining team members find their way to the Red Devil's headquarters. That one you'll need to collect yourself. His name is Kaiser. The area was ground zero for... And I think you'll want to check in with Hadrian and... A military model specifically customized for the needs of the Xeno warfare team during a powerful resource. Is that so? Well...
Oh, the air in these suits tastes terrible.
Was told they're expecting you. Hey, what can I do for you? Okay, no problem. I'm just trying to stay out of the way.
Did you need something? Let me know the next time you need my help.
Captain, welcome back. Was afraid you might have gotten reassigned. You've been gone so long. Must have changed up how the ceremony works. But it is real good to have you here again. We've been going through the terrormorph data, and these logs, they're even more thorough than I remembered. I'd completely forgotten, for example, that there was a creature that actually ate terror. At this point, the data's given us more options to... That'd be something, wouldn't... I'm sorry, are you? You found our research team? Wait, Kaiser. So you know where he is? Oh, how? How... That's not funny. Seriously, how'd you... No. That's insane. They faked my entire unit. They threw us all to the wolves, but kept him? What was so important that they had to keep him alive? Well, they certainly picked an expert, didn't they? I guess it makes sense, though, doesn't it? The UC of that era only created me because they were afraid of a world without Victus in... As long as I live, I'll never understand the loyalty that old bastard... Same mistake the UC made. Ignoring all... Because the UC, they did a lot of terrible things. But even knowing they did, knowing that they kept him alive all this time, it's hope. I had no one when I was outside the UC, but that old world, where I was no one and my father mattered, thanks to what you and I have done, I have a place again. You and I, we're getting to change what the UC... So I don't care if Victus is alive or dead. He can rot for all I care. We're the ones who are making the settled systems. No, but I am willing to try and make them a place we can be proud of. The UC that kept my father alive, that threw me out, and the ones that are, well, they're giving us a chance. Precisely. Because there's nothing we can do about past choices. So, let's get back... Now, my father just handing over the information on the research team and Kaiser out of the clear blue. But, if he has something to gain from helping us prevent terrormorph attacks, so while you'll absolutely want to be cautious, what would you think about trying to bring back Kaiser? I'm honestly not sure what his endgame might be, but he clearly understands how valuable it'd be to have Kaiser involved in this endeavor. So, I still think it'd be worth looking into. There's something on the horizon, that's for sure. We just need to not let that distract us from... And that starts with Kaiser.
Hey, if you need something specific, you probably should talk to Major Sanon.
Here, Kaiser schematics. That old robot's been MIA for a while. He's also got a lock on his voice controls. You can give yourself authorization with the phrase, Nos Beli Ma... Now, where exactly is... Oh my god, are you talking about Nira? No wonder no one's found him. The environment's devastated. There's little, if any, real law. But I think there's a place where you can start your... Yep. One-of-a-kind salvage. As good a place to start as any. Kaiser lets us do field work with a level of precision more than a few of the options we're looking into. They require highly specific materials to test. And asking a group of Marines to accompany us for that kind of work, well... And I'll make sure we're ready to put them to use as soon as you've got them.
All right, we're done. You're cleared to land at New Atlantis.